Welcome back, everyone, to OPA Provincials, Junior Provincials 2023. We are starting off squats with Sean Yanni in the 93 kilo men's junior weight class, 165 on the bar.
Smooth first squat. $170, Dylan Amidio.
Yeah, Ryan. So I've seen Dylan lift before. Very interesting lifter. As you can see, he's opening 170 on squat. And if we look over to his bench press,
Yeah, what's going on there? You don't often bench press your squat.
Dylan is a tried and true bench press specialist, as you can see off the openers. But that squat,
smooth and easy, yeah.
that squat does look very good.
Weighing in at 90 kilos, 0.48. So he's a late 93. He's still growing into the weight class as well.
He is, absolutely.
A little bit more body weight will help that squat. Another 2.5 kilos body weight.
Bring up that squat and that deadlift.
That's right.
Although he is taking a 12.5 kilo jump, which is a sizable jump, shows he has a lot more left in.
175 for Alex Therian. And we have 2 flights of 93s. It's a well-populated class. Scouting reports also indicate we might have some battles, young man.
Absolutely. I'm friends and I follow a bunch of these lifters. This is my weight class. First year in the open, and I'm very familiar with a lot of the lifters here today. And I know we're in for some really big lifts, some good battles. As Alex completes his lift, 2-1.
190 now being loaded for Chris Witcher. Yeah, everybody follows their own weight class the closest, right?
Absolutely. You gotta keep the competition close.
That's right. Keep your enemies close. You got a good eye on them from the commentary booth.
Absolutely. I know some of these guys, their last year in the juniors. They will be joining me in the open next year.
$190 was snappy.
We got Jazz Arota coming up next. 190 loaded on the bar for him.
Ooh, a little bit of instability coming out of the hole.
Yes.
Might not be anything major to be concerned about, but you don't always see that in an opener.
Yeah, it didn't look like strength was the problem. It looked like maybe he lost a little balance.
Yeah, it could be something as easy as that. Look, we saw earlier, one of the lifters, the spotters actually jumped in to save him in a lift, comes back, nails it with no problem whatsoever. A little bit of loss of tension can make a squat look a lot worse than it is, or a little loss of balance, bar path, whatever.
Absolutely. Jason Irvin, 192.5 for his opener. Speaking of openers, sometimes it is a little bit nerve-wracking to take your opener, first lift of the day, finally get to see what the crowd is like from the platform. Again, maybe it wasn't a strength issue for Jazz.
Well, there was no issues whatsoever with that 192.5.
That is exactly what you want to see out of your opener. You have 192.5 again loaded for Jake Mason.
Three white lights, and he's on the board. Moved well. We moving up to 195 for Will Sweden.
Yes, Will is on the lighter side of the weight class. That doesn't mean he can't be competitive. Maybe he is to the weight class, or just taking his time filling it out.
88.57. Yeah, he's got a little ways to go to fill out the 93s, and that's the easy part. Wait till you get to the point where you have to start cutting, Will. Enjoy these days.
Absolutely. Water cutting is no fun. Gut cutting, to me, is even worse.
Well, mix them together sometimes, and it's a party. Through my lights for Will.
Looked like he had a little bit of a sticking point. If that is how his squats are used, I see no problem with how that went.
Danielle Hassan, 200 kilos even. And this is a massive flight. I guess they're both big flights, aren't they?
Yeah, with the amount of 93s in today's session, we're going to have longer flights, which is good for the lifters, allowing them to rest in between each attempt. Very smooth lift for Daniel.
Yeah, 3 white lights. And as a 93 in the open, when you see this many juniors on their way up, your weight class is about to be flooded. It's going to be highly competitive.
Yes, I do believe 93 open is one of the more densely populated weight classes. Very competitive. It's really exciting to see the sport grow. Some of these juniors stay at 93. Some of them, especially the taller ones, might even go up a weight class to 105 as they grow into the sport.
207.5 on the bar for Hassan Abbasi.
Hassan makes easy work of his opener. 210 being loaded for Harut. We have Camden Carney coming out to 210 kilos. Now, Camden is new to the junior age class. He has competed as a sub-junior before, representing Canada at Junior Worlds, I believe 2020. Smooth opener for Camden. We got Matt Duvry coming out to 215 for his opener. Got the nice bright pink Titan singlet, as well as wrist wraps and weaves.
$215, and he handles it nicely.
Christian Santos wrapping up our openers for Flight A. Representing Band of Barbells. Christian is actually one of my training partners, Ryan. So I've been seeing his training very closely.
And how is prep gone, sir? What's the inside scoop?
215 is very light for his opener, which is an indication of how prep has gone. Where he ends up, we will see.
Playing your cards close to your chest, I see.
Friendly competition is always the best part about powerlifting.
That was smooth and easy.
That was very fast out of Christian.
We are moving on to second attempt. We got Sean, we got Dylan on deck.
Second round of squats now underway. 175 for Sean Yanni, kicking us off.
All right, 175 kilos on the bar for Sean.
This is a
And the bar is low.
175 kilo second attempt out of Sean. First one was smooth.
Good, and it is a good clip. We've actually got Alex up next, Dylan on deck, and Jazz in the pool. Audience, right side of the audience, he's making a lot more noise than the left side. Left side, can you catch up? Let's see who wins. Bar is loaded for Alex.
Alex Syrian breaking into the 400-pound squat with his second attempt. Little bit of difficulty there. Let's see what the judges say. Oh, unfortunately, no lift. I believe he needs to get a little bit deeper in his squat there.
We have Dylan up next, Jazz on deck, and Chris.
Dylan is back with 182 kilos loaded for him.
5 kilos on the bar. It is loaded for Dylan. Wait.
Again, 182 and a half, offering little to no resistance for Dylan. We will see what he loads for his third. Now, Jazz had a little bit of sticking on his opener. Looks like he lost his balance for a bit. I don't believe it was a strength issue, but the 5 kilo jump is warranted just to be on the safe side and secure those kilos.
Yeah, I mean, it's smart to move forward, but not necessarily take a huge jump until at least he's cleared up whatever issue he had.
Exactly. It's always best to save a little bit of space for that third attempt.
Move better. Move even better than his opener, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. You could tell he was more balanced on that attempt. Exactly what you would want to see. Chris Switcher coming out 200 kilos loaded on the bar. Makes it move quick. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. Jason taking a 10 kilo jump to 202 and a half kilos loaded for his second attempt. Jason running with the high bar position, making it move very naturally. This is Jake Mason walking out the 205 kilo. Taking his time setting up. Definitely had to fight out the hole. Still secures the lift 2-1. Will Sweden coming out to 207.5 kilos. And I mentioned on his opener that there was a little bit of a sticking point. I believe that is just how Will squats, because that looked just as good as his opener. Daniel making the jump to 215 from his opener of 200 kilos. His opener looked very good. Never want to go too heavy with your opener. This is a nice looking jump.
Nice second attempt. Handled that 15-kilo jump good. $10-kilo jump for Hassan Abasi.
Kilo jump, proving a little bit of resistance, but much more space left for that third attempt.
3 white lights.
Now, I mentioned previously that Camden did go to Worlds as a sub-junior.
And what did he total at Worlds?
Worlds. He had a 550 kilo total. Was a sub-junior. Competed in the 83 kilo weight class. So now that he is a junior, went up to 93.
Wow.
And
so he's got 6.6 kilo body weight increase since then. I'm assuming his lifts have shot up. That's a lot of body weight jumping up since the summertime.
Yes, based off Open IPF.
He probably had a bad cut for 83.
Or maybe he just, grew out of the age and weight class. His best squat at 83 was 207.5s. This attempt...
Actually, sorry, that's Turkey. That was a year, not this summer, but the summer before. Gotcha.
Yes.
I was actually in that World Championships commentating, so I probably met him. 225 for Haru. Yeah, now with a little more clarity there, with not this summer, but the summer before, 89 kilos. He's probably pacing well for adding on that extra pounds.
Absolutely, and
slow and steady.
His squat is loving it.
Yeah, that's what it. The lifts will love the extra body weight. That's for sure. $15-kilo jump, and he handles it well.
Good looking second attempt.
Gives a thumbs up to his supporters.
Yes. He will be looking to potentially secure a 500 plus pound deadlift. Sorry, squat.
$225 for Matt Duvris. In the final squat of the second round, 230, Christian Santos.
previous attempt looked very smooth.
Now, 15-kilo jump. He's got to be confident off that opener.
Unfortunately, 2-1, no lift.
Little discussion at the jury table. We'll keep you updated if that no lift stands or if they reverse the decision as we move on to the third round of squats. 182.5 once again by Alex, who missed this on his second attempt. But they won't start until head ref returns back to his seat, and he's busy having a discussion at the jury table. Nice catch by the spotters.
Bars.
190 kilos for Sean Yanni. 15-kilo jump from his second attempt. Three white lights for Sean, and it's a good lift as the loaders put on 192.5 for Dylan Amadio. 2-1 good lift for Dylan. And 205 being loaded for Jazz. Taking a 10-kilo jump. And Jazz handling the 205 third attempt better even than his 190 opener. 210 now being loaded for Chris Witcher. $10-kilo jump for Chris. Final squat of the day for him. Jake Mason now, 210 stays on the bar for him. Jake looking to go 3 for 3 in the squats. Two to one, it's good. As we move to 215 kilos for Jason Irvin. Jason also looking to go 3 for 3. Three white lights. And in the third attempt, only one missed lift so far.
Yes, people are making the right calls. Sometimes on the third attempt, some athletes and coaches overreach, but a made attempt is added kilos onto your total, even if it's not what you expected.
Yeah, it's a good sign. And when people are making their third attempts, the odds of making your third deadlift go way far up. But when there's a heavy failure rate on the third squat, the third deadlift failure rate goes way far up as well. There's definitely a correlation there. You only have so many grinds in you. When you grind out a failed attempt, completely empty the tank, it definitely impacts the rest of your day. Everybody's staying in the pocket. It's a long day. And Will, with 215, 7.5 kilo jump. And I think we might have jinxed him.
Unfortunately, Will could not fight through it.
$225 being loaded for Daniel Hassan. 10 kilo jump.
Made easy work of his second. Let's see what we can do, what he can do on his. For the gym bros out there, this is 5-pound plates side.
Yeah, just under 500 pounds. Resisting the urge to put on that extra 2.5 kilos for the 500-pound milestone.
And I think that is the right call, Ryan. Another 2.5 kilos on that bar, and I don't know if you would have been able to fight.
Yeah, it could have been the tipping point. You never know. We're definitely getting close. I know people say, well, it's only 2.5 kilos. Eventually, 2.5 kilos is too much.
Yes, and that would have been extra 10 kilos on total he wouldn't have.
But speaking of that magical 227.5, 501 pounds, loaded now for Hassan Abbasi. Oh, nice catch by the spotters.
Ryan, do you think that was a situation where that extra 2.5 kilos made the difference?
Oh, look at this. You think it was the 2.5 kilos, eh? Maybe the allure of the 500 Club. The door was open and he tried to walk through it, didn't he?
Unfortunately, there was just not enough space in that door today.
That's right. He'll join the club at another date. 230 now being loaded for Matt Dufris.
Now, Matt is not hard to miss at all. With that pink singlet, pink shoes, pink sleeves, and even pink wrist wraps.
Oh, wow. Had a bit of a sticking point, but Matt pushes through it.
He is really happy with that one.
And 230 kilos will stay on the bar for Camden Carney. 7.5 kilo jump, looking to go 3 for 3. The IPF Worlds veteran.
Hamden coached by another IPF Worlds athlete, Kyle Graham.
Ooh, it's a fight, but doesn't quite get it. And 235 being loaded for Christian Santos. Christian missed 230, opting to go up 5 kilos regardless.
Yes. Now, like I said, Christian is one of my training partners. I do know that his goal is Open Nationals qualifying total.
Ah, so that would explain where it's almost all or nothing loaded up. This is why we're here type of motive.
Yes, sometimes you'll see athletes retake an attempt. These 5 kilos can mean a world of a difference towards that qualifying total.
Wow, missed 230, come back, hit 235, and conceivably on pace to hit the national qualifying total.
Absolutely. He really needed that one, and he delivered when it counted. Capping off a flight with 237 kilos on the bar. Harut with the heaviest squat of the flight.
Three white lights.
We are headed into the beef fight. 210 kilos for Jonathan Chong.
Oh, 2-1, no lift with the blue as well. That's when tough decisions have to be made, Lim. Do they keep the same weight on the bar?
That is a very good question. Now, strength did not look like was an issue there. But for those of you at home, you need to perform your lift to powerlifting standards. Whether that was a depth issue or some other issue like having soft knees, we will not know.
Jalen Lennon, 210 on the bar for him.
Now, Jalen recently joined the powerlifting. And although he is new, he has already set records in the bench press for Ontario.
Yeah, some of these new athletes will surprise you. They come from a background where it may not be powerlifting, but some of these football athletes or, they've been weightlifting, squatting, benching. And they're coming with some skills and a base to work upon. And if you're wondering about Jonathan Chung, who missed his opening squat, he opted to go up 5 kilos regardless. Let's see how that turns out. 212.5 for Mark Yadeo.
Mark is representing Band of Barbells. He is also one of my training partners. And again, I know he has the national qualifying total in mind with these attempts.
Three white lights, and it's a good lift as the spotters and loaders get 215 ready for Kobe Messina. Leroy weighing in at 90.15 kilos, well under the 93 kilo limit. We got quite a few light 93s. I see some 88, 86.42. Smooth opening squat, Lim.
Yes, moves it with ease. Let's see what he loads for his second.
Nicholas Tarasca, 217.5 for his opening squat. Three white lights. $220 for Braden Barnes. Braden, three white lights. And if you're wondering what the provincial squat record is for the junior 93s, Lim just pulled it up.
Yes. Right now, the current holder is Ian Sagan of Adaptive Training Systems. The current record is 283 kilos. Now, we have some squatters opening fairly close to that, within about 20 to 30 kilos. Where they will end up is the upper debate, but we will see.
This record has stood, junior record has stood since 2019. That is forever in powerlifting. 225 for Josh Cremy.
Yes, absolutely. When it comes to these new athletes popping up all the time, so we will see if Ian will be dethroned today.
Three white lights. $225 stays on the bar for Sebastian Camargos. And looking at the projected, it looks as though Jonathan, I don't want to butcher this last name.
Oh yes, Jonathan Asseltine.
Asseltine, there we are. Clear favorite for the gold medal.
Yes, Jonathan Asseltine was our world's representative in the junior 93 weight class. Now, Anthony D'Souza coming up for his opener with 230. He is currently our provincial record holder for deadlift, 310 kilos.
So he's got to pull. He may or may not need that based off of openers. And obviously a lot of lifting can happen after the openers, but pacing around second based off that alone, but Braden Leclerc is not too far behind. It might make a push for that silver medal. But if you got a big deadlift and you pull last, you'll have the last word in that, say. 230.
Smooth opener for Anthony.
Dustin on deck and
232.5 now being loaded. Jack Quibell. Nice smooth opener. And besides the first opener of the day, all the openers have been relatively smooth for Flight B. Dustin Pilon, 240 kilos for his opening squat.
Very quick opener.
Yeah, it was snappy. And 255 now being loaded for Nathan Oliphant.
If there is someone that could potentially have their eyes on that record, it would be our next three lifter.
It's not inconceivable to go from 255 to 283.5, and certainly not from 260 to 283.5. Let's see how these openers move. And we'll see if any of these lifters are just maybe opening too heavy. That can happen as well.
Little bit of a sticking point there.
A little bit of work on the board, but that was a little bit of work. I'm not sure if we're going to get to the provincial record attempt. We'll see.
Like we have mentioned in the past, sometimes lifters just have their sticking points and they will fight through it no matter what.
Yeah, it can fool you thinking, oh, well, there's a little bit of a sticking point on an opener, but it's always there anyways. And 255 stays in the bar for Braden Leclerc. Braden makes easy work at 255.
Closing at our first attempt, like we today. And are all cheerleaders and the future power.
260 kilos being loaded for Jonathan. You heard he represented Canada at the Worlds. Here he is wearing his Team Canada singlet.
Now, despite having the heaviest opener of the day, moves it very smooth, exactly how you would want your opener to look.
Now, Jonathan seems convincing to me that provincial record might be in danger. 215 kilos for Jonathan Chung.
Now, Jonathan missed his opener, it looked like on a technicality, opts to go up 5 kilos. Let's see what we can do here.
There it is. From 210 miss to 215 hit on the second attempt. And Jonathan back on track.
Yes, sometimes going up on a missed attempt is a risk, but in that case, it paid off.
222.5 for Mark Yadeo. Hit 212.5 in his opening squat. Sorry, we got Jalen Lennon first at 220.
Jalen is our provincial bench press record holder.
See if he can break his own provincial record today. Slows down around the midpoint, but he pushes through it. So Mark Yadeo, 222.5, 10 kilo jump from his opener. Ooh, a helicopter motion there. I don't know if maybe he just lost the bar path. He can regain it on a third attempt.
Yes,
think,
that
Lim?
could be it. Sometimes athletes try and sell their depth a little bit too much and fall out of their groove. I believe that is what happened there. We will see what he takes for his third.
And 230 being loaded now for Nick Tarasca. 12.5 kilo jump from his opener. Little bit of a wobble on the way up, but he sticks through it. And 2-1, it's a good lift. Leroy Messina with 230, staying on the bar for him. Considerable 15 kilo jump.
Based off his opener, I don't think it's that bold of an attempt. Leroy with the false unrack.
Sometimes you got to take the weights by surprise, and Leroy, 230. 3 white lights, it's good.
Looked like there was a moment of hesitation during that squat, but he closes it out.
$232.5 for Braden Barnes. And that was smooth. $235 kilos now, Sebastian Camargos. Wow. Handled 10 kilos well. What do you think for another lift? 10 more kilo jump, or is that asking too much?
I could definitely see Another 7.5 kilos, Ryan. 10 kilos might be pushing it. Sometimes with these lifters, that extra 2.5, like we mentioned before, could be just a little bit too. It's always important to get an opinion from your handler.
240 kilos for Josh. 15-kilo jump from his opener.
Very light for the 93 kilo weight class, only weighing it at 86 kilos.
Three white lights. Now it's a smooth lift for a 15-kilo jump. 240 will stay in the bar for Anthony D'Souza.
Josh's attempt was very smooth, Ryan. Do you feel comfortable taking a 10-kilo jump if you're in his position?
Yeah, I think 250 is probably the right call. How about yourself?
I do,
Oh, wow.
and so does his handler.
Yep. Right on the money on that one. Anthony D'Souza, 240 kilos.
Anthony looking very calm with his setup here.
Wow, there was a sticking point there for a second that looked like he might need an intervention, but he battles through it, and 240 right to the lockout, 10 more kilos towards his total.
Yeah, it did look like he shifted onto his heels there for a second, was strong enough to bring it back into the group.
Yeah, so maybe not necessarily an indication how close he is to the limit, but more just bar path got a little wonky. Made it look harder than it would be. And 242.5 for Jack Queeble. $255 for Dustin Pilon.
15-kilo jump from his first attempt. We are crossing the 550-pound mark here.
Into the late 500s.
Now, with aggressive jumps like this, it does beg the question, what is too much?
Well, whatever too much is, we're not there yet. Dustin, 255 for his second attempt. Now, I do think he's going to tread a little softer when it comes to his third. Maybe a 5-kilo jump, do you think?
For him and his handler, the decision needs to be made in terms of where he wants to end up in terms of squat ranking. Right now, he is near the top end. I think another 7.5 is safe. Oh, they're going with the 5-kilo jump.
I think 5's a good idea. I think 5 will be doable. It's enough kilos while you're going to come out. I mean, not going to burn out too much energy for 2.5 kilos. 267.5 for Nathan Oliphant.
Oh, it looks like just a little bit too much there on his second. Jonathan Asselstein with the 10-kilo jump to 270. We are getting near that 600-pound mark. Now, Ryan, with a 10-kilo jump, do you think Jonathan has that 283-kilo squat record in mind?
Asking me in 2 minutes. But we are getting awfully close. I think this is what him and his handlers honestly are having that discussion as well. You hit this, make it convincing, come back, we'll load up the record. You hit this and it's more work than we expect, we're going to leave the record alone and we're going to build our total.
Yeah, you do want to play the line of getting close enough to build the total, but also not getting too close, taking an attempt that would use a lot of your energy.
Okay, the record's in danger.
The record is in danger.
That could have been an opener.
Yes, yes.
I would be totally confident putting 283.5 on there. That's a 13.5 kilo jump. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's reasonable. And he might want to get there because depending how Braden handles 270, we get a back-to-back records. Oh, wow. Jonathan putting on 280.
Oh. Interesting.
Interesting.
Could it be a possibility that he is aware of the...
And that could be it too. It's a provincial record, not a world record. Like people all over the place know these world records, maybe even some national records, but provincial records a lot less commonly known. 270. And Braden might take a swing at that provincial record. Let's see how 270 moves. If it moves like Jonathan moved it, I bet you it's within sight.
I think it's safe to say that Braden also has a shot at that record.
Braden definitely has a shot. Yeah, Jonathan's previous squat PR is 275. We're going 5 kilos more than that. Maybe he's thinking, look, I'm just going to do a 5 kilo PR. 8.5 kilo PR is too much to ask. I'm not sure, but based off of, and he knows himself more than we do, fair enough. But based off of what I saw, 270 moved very quick. I know it gets tossed around, moved like an opener. It legitimately moved like an opener. I know you see people, it moves like a third. Okay, well, there you go. Braden, look at your face, man. Right up. Braden loading up 283.5. I wouldn't mind seeing Jonathan. If we're honest, too, Jonathan is so far ahead of the rest of the pack, he's not actually risking his placement. Braden is within the rest of the pack, and he's willing to risk it for the biscuit.
Absolutely. And if you are Jonathan, maybe that PR total is what matters to you. We got Mark out with 222.5 kilos, re-attempting his second attempt.
Ooh.
And it's
Same
not just there
helicopter
today.
motion. $225 now being loaded by Jonathan Chung. Third and final squat of the day for Jonathan. Oh, wow. Looked for a second like he was going to miss it.
Yeah.
3 white lights.
You could almost see the moment he decided to fight through it rather than give up on that spot.
I'm not bailing on this squat, yeah. 227.5 for Jalen Lennon.
Wow, fights through that one.
Yeah, a little bit of a dive bomb into the hole there, but rebounds nicely from the bottom. Close stance grip. Able to push through that sticking point. And the provincial record holder in bench press goes 3 for 3 in the squat.
Hopefully we'll see some more grinds out of him, especially when it comes to that third attempt bench press.
Nicolas Tarasca, 232.5 for his third squat. 3 white lights. Nick goes 3 for 3. Leroy Kobe Messina, 235 for his third squat. $5-kilo jump for his third squat. Looking to go 3 for 3.
Now, his previous attempt didn't look too difficult, but sometimes 5 kilos is all you need to add to the total. And 5 kilos looks good there. Could have maybe added more, but
Yeah, it's one of those 2020 hindsight, a little dicey. It slowed, didn't it?
yes, definitely. To say it was easy is not true, but an extra 2.5 maybe could have made it impossible.
242.5 for Braden Barnes. 10-kilo jump from his second attempt. That's a healthy jump.
Braden's second looked good.
Wow. That was a pretty snappy squat by Braden. And 242.5 will stay on the bar for Sebastian Camargos.
Good looking squat out of Sebastian.
Three for 3 for Sebastian and 245 for Anthony D'Souza. 5-kilo jump for him. Anthony placing in the overall for a potential podium. A lot of lifting left to go, but he could use these 5 kilos.
Now, if this goes well, if it looks a little bit easier than it should, it could be because he might have the potential to again break his record in deadlift. Like Ryan mentioned before, sometimes putting a little bit of too much effort into your squat could take away from that deadlift.
Let's see what is that record again for deadlifts?
310 kilos.
Ah, yes. Yeah. Well, he's opening with 275. It's conceivable.
Yeah. Especially with deadlifters, sometimes 20 to 25 kilos or more is their main option. Yeah, wow. Looks like he's saving some gas in the tank.
And 250 now being loaded for Josh Crimmy. And yeah, D'Souza, we got to keep an eye on this young man as this competition unfolds. We have a record in the squats, and we might have a record in the bench by Jalen, and later on a record in the deadlifts for getting treated, as well as some battles for the podium.
Now, Ryan, just to give some insight into Jonathan Asselstein's attempt selection, could be looking to build that total and potentially break that total record. Currently, he is projected at 745. The total record currently stands at 752 and a half.
And it stood since 2017. Yeah, and the total record is a whole lot more handsome than just the squat record. Starting to make sense why you might have bypassed it. But 250 for Josh. Yeah, given Jonathan Asseltine with his, if he gets all three squats, opening bench, opening dead is already at 745. That 752.5 total record is in serious danger. And it stood since 2017, no less.
Absolutely. He is opening fairly light for his bench and deadlift.
Could be conserving energy.
Yes, exactly.
I don't think he needs any gamesmanship because no one's really close to threaten him. So he's probably not going to change those openers. Here's Jack Quibble with 250. And it was a good lift for Jack as Dustin Pilon will attempt 260 kilos. $5-kilo jump for Dustin. And we thought this was probably an appropriate jump. We'll see how he handles it. 255 was work.
Now, there was a lot of effort put behind that, but it looks like he could have added a little bit more.
Nathan Olafong next with 267.5. Missed this on his second attempt, retaking it for his third.
Fights through it.
Yeah, that is a lot of heart and grit to get through that. 3 white lights. And battles through some adversity here at the Ontario Championships to reclaim that 267.5 that got away in his second attempt. Now Jonathan Asselstein with 280. I am interested in seeing how this moves. If he had 3.5 kilos more, but he doesn't want to get greedy. And I understand the total record, to me as well, is far more important than the individual records. And if you overreach for the individual records along the way, that total record comes off the table.
Absolutely. The extra 10 kilos can make a huge difference for that total.
£616. Let's see how he moves it.
Fights through it. Ryan, what do you think?
He had 3.5 kilos more. But he'll have the total record anyways. $283.5 kilos now being loaded for Braden as he attempts the provincial record. He's also on the forecast just 1 kilo ahead of Anthony D'Souza should he hit this.
Yes.
There's a lot on the line for this one squat, a provincial record, as well as a very small lead for that silver medal for the bigger picture and the bigger battle. Very important squat for this young man.
If he secures this, he will have an advantage that Anthony will not, unless a record can be broken through Anthony's deadlift.
Well, they like the depth. 2 to 1, they do.
All right, we will be back in about 10 minutes for bench press, starting with the A flight. We will see you all shortly.
Lifters in flight A, format. You have about 10 seconds if you'd like to make changes to your opening. That is 10 seconds if you'd like to make changes to your openings for flight A. Lifting begins in 3 minutes. All right, we've got Chris up first, Will on deck, and Jake in the hole.
102.5 for Chris Witcher as we kick off the bench press. And welcome back, by the way, the 93 kilo junior provincial championships. We have 2 different flights. We're going to start with flight A, complete all 3 rounds of lifting for flight A, and with no break, go immediately into flight B.
Now, Ryan, for bench press, for those of you at home that are not accustomed to powerlifting bench press, there's 3 commands. The athlete will get set up, unrack the bar. They will get a start command. It will descend down to their chest. They must hold it at their chest until they get a press command. As soon as they get that, they can press the bar back up, but they must hold it at the top with elbows locked out until they get the rack command. If they cannot adhere to those 3 commands, will be a no lift.
We have There's a lot of potential infractions with the bench press. 3 commands, unlike the other lifts.
I'd like to think that the bench press is technical, especially as you're not lifting to your own standards, you must lift to the judges. Will there with 110 kilos, nailing all of the commands, does get a red light. Unfortunately, it's hard
Yeah,
to
the
say what was
yellow,
that for.
sometimes that's butt lift, foot lift. Hard to say from. I didn't. That's the ref on the other side of us, so
Yes.
can't really see their vantage point.
Does still get it 2-1. Lifters can also request a handoff from the head spot. It is always best practice. Coordinate with them, give them the best instructions possible.
115 by Jake Mason, opting for the handoff. And Jake appears to be on the board. $120 now being loaded for Daniel Hassan. Smooth opening press, no major drama, and that's what you want to see for your openers. $120 for Camden Carney, the sub-junior world's veteran. Went 2 for 3 in the squat event.
Camden is opening with 10 kilos above his best bench and gets 3 white lights. It is a good
That's
lift.
huge. That's when you know you're moving up a weight class, when you're benching 10 kilos over your PR for an opener.
Absolutely. That extra weight does help a lot. Bench press is typically one of those lifts that goes up directly as you gain weight. Alex Therian with 122 kilos, 122 and a half kilos for his opener. unfortunately went 1 for 3 on squats. Let's see if he could recover here.
Oh. And Luke Homer having a conversation with the jury. Yellows mean something moved, whether it was head, butt, foot. He is having that conversation, and we're going to find out the jury asking the refs on the floor what they saw.
For those of you at home, the coach of the lifter or the handler may contest the missed lift, if there is at least one white light.
125 for Jason Irvin. And Jason makes easy work, a 125.
Again, 2-1. That is a good lift. That right side judge is seeing something we do not.
And despite the protest, looks like Alex Therian's opening bench will stay unsuccessful. 130 for Matt Dufris.
Now, Ryan, we were talking about records. For bench press, the current provincial record stands at 180 kilos. Jalen Lennon in the B flight is the current holder. We will see some potential attempts to overtake that, especially with Jonathan Asselstein opening at 175 kilos.
Sorry, what was that bench record again?
180 kilos.
Okay, this is one record Asselstein cannot avoid. If you're opening a 175, you got to be a funny guy to somehow do 177 and a half and then 180 and avoid the cookie at the chip at the end.
That is very true.
You got to go out of your way to avoid a record. That bench record, to your point, though, is definitely in danger once we get into Flight B. As well as the total record by the end of the day. I would be very shocked.
Yes.
Records are going to fall. 130 by Sean Yanni, by the way, right now.
Now, that being said, Jonathan's best bench press is 180 kilos. So if he were to try and break that record, he would need to PR on his lift.
Sure. PR by 0.5, though, and I think we're going to see it. I think we're going to see it. And I think the total provincial record's going to fall as well.
Now, it's not certain until it happens. If we see here, most recently, at IPF Junior Worlds in Romania, he did open at 170, but was only able to achieve a bench press of 100.
Could he have done 180.5 on that day?
Very good question. We will have to watch and wait for that.
Yeah. Put a pin in that. It's coming. 135 for Harut. 135 for Jazz Aruda. Makes easy work of that, as you'd anticipate for an opener.
We are now crossing into the 300-pound plus stage of bench press open. Three lifters left in this flight.
$140 Hassan Abbasi. 2 for 3 in the squat. $145 Christian Santos. As the gentlemen in the A flight get close to wrapping up their openers. There's 2 more lifters, and then we'll begin the second round of benching.
Now, Christian had a technical mishap on his second squat, was able to recover for his third. Hopefully, he'll be able to gain some ground here on bench press. Blows up his first attempt. Now we have Dylan Amadio opening with 165 kilos on bench press. Opened with 170 on his squat, finished with 190. Let's see if his bench press can take the same progression as his squat.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something? Someone in Flight A takes a swing at that provincial record. Not without, I mean, that's what it means, 165 to 180.5. We're talking 15.5 kilo jump over the course of 3 attempts in bench. It can happen. And this is the 93s. This is the 66s. It can happen.
Absolutely.
It can happen. Let's see how this 165 moves. Yeah, sir. 7.5 kilo jump to 7 to 8 kilo jump. Now, people take 7.5 kilo jumps on bench all the time in 93s. This can happen.
Yes, and especially when people are benching at the heavier end, bigger jumps are much more common.
Yeah, percentage-wise, it's not as great. And we'll begin the second round of benching. Chris Witcher with 107.5. And before we exit Flight A, we might have a record attempt. Wouldn't that be nice? And by the time we get into Flight B, we might have a couple more.
Absolutely, and we do have a lot more lifters crossing over into that 300-pound range. Bench press attempts are going to be really heavy from here on out.
Smooth bench by Chris. So if you're wondering, Dylan Amadio put in 175 for a second bench. We're really close. We're talking, we're going to get a good judge of how 175 moves. And then he just needs a 5.5 kilo jump to that record.
If he's comfortable with taking 10 kilo jumps for his attempts, that is not out of the question at all.
Yeah, well, he put it down, so we'll see how it works. We'll see. And now, if that moves more of a struggle than he anticipated, he still might load it because he's here, but I mean, whether or not it's just a bold swing or not, we'll know. 175 will tell us a lot. And 117.5 for Will opening, or second round of benching, sorry. 7.5 kilo jump from his opener.
Ooh, may have missed the rack command there. Unfortunately, he racked it before he got the command. Now, Ryan, him and his coach have to have a conversation. Does he go up in order to try and increase his total, or will he reattempt in order to secure those keys? He knows he can perform the rep.
I swear, I know it went up 120. I swear I was going to say 120. I swear, I just hesitated. I had to grab my microphone, clear my throat. I wasn't hesitating on purpose. I was going to say I would move him up to 120.
It is a nice round number to secure.
That's right. And Jack Mason, 122.5 for his second bench.
A little bit slow off the chest, but he locks it out.
$125 being loaded now for Alex Thierin. Alex hit his opening squat, but hasn't hit a lift since. He really needs this. I think 125 is in there. It's a technical issue. As long as they can sort out what the technical issue is, I think the strength is in place. He can rally back and come back from this.
Did have his coach Luke Homer approach the jury on the last attempt to figure out the issue.
I see no issue. And Luke was specifically, there he is, back in the green. Luke told him, hold it at the top. And maybe that's what it was. It's loud and it's hard for us to hear the commands.
Absolutely. And when you're holding hundreds of pounds over your face, it is a little hard to...
Self-preservation kicks in sometimes, huh? 127.5 for Camden Carney. Oh, sorry, for Daniel Hassan. Getting ahead of myself. Camden Carney is next with 127.5. Oh, that left arm just so slow to lock out, but he eventually does. And that was hard fought, 2-1.
Amazing grind. I don't know how much more he would have left in the tank after that one, but he does secure the lift.
Yeah, considering there's one more round of benching to go, I'd be shocked if he came out for his third bench.
Yes, sometimes you do see lifters opt out of the third attempt, especially with another whole lift after.
127.5 for Camden Carney.
Nice looking bench from Camden. Looks very stable off the chest.
Jason Irvin up next. Irvin with 135 for his second attempt, 10 kilo jump.
He has been asked to replace. Very good attempt despite having to replace the bar.
Yeah, he's lucky he doesn't have a super big aggressive setup. Takes a while to get because he was running out of time.
Yes, for those of you at home that do not know, you must complete your lift within a minute.
And 137.5 for Matt as he increases from 130 in his opener.
Two to one. Fortunate did not get those.
Two side refs seen something we can't really see from our angle. But usually that means the butt lifted, something like that. And 140 for Sean Yanni.
Matt does have someone from his camp asking about what happened with that lift. Does look like it's unfortunately not being overturned. And Sean secures 3 white lights on that lift.
3 whites and he's good. 142.5 for Jazz Aroda. Up next, Jazz 4 for 4 so far.
Jazz gets 3 white lights. Jazz looks like one of those benchers that unracks the bar. Arms are shaking like crazy, but as soon as they press it off their chest, it's very smooth.
145 for Harut. 4 for 4 on the day so far. 10-kilo jump from his opener. Three white lights. $145 will stay on the bar for Hassan Abbasi.
Hassan with Coach Ian Tibbs in his corner. He is your 83-kilo junior silver medalist.
Oh, wow, nice scrap. Wow, that is a shame to have a fight like that and accidentally give it away. And to be honest, that fight's going to take a lot out of him for his third. You could retry it again on your third, but how many times do you have fights like that?
Yeah, the safest call would be to take it.
And that's the call they're going to make. 152.5 for Christian Santos. And then we have Dylan Amadio with 175, and it'll give us an indication how close he is to the record on the day.
Smooth looking second attempt.
Yeah, 3 white lights. He's got more in the tank.
As mentioned before, I do train with Christian. I have seen him take that weight before, and that might be the smoothest it has ever moved for him.
175 for Dylan Amadio, and 180 is the provincial record. After this, he'll have one more attempt. Unless this is just an all-out war, I think he's loading 180.5 to break that record. But I'm interested.
If I were him, I would want that record.
$5.5 more kilos.
Definitely 2.5. The 5.5.
5.5 more kilos. You gotta load it though.
Absolutely.
You gotta load it, right?
Oh man, Ryan,
He's
that
in
is a
flight
tough
A.
call.
He's not losing position for a podium or something. There's a whole nother flight battling for medals, etc. He's here for that record. You gotta think.
You know what? You're right, Ryan. with his position, and bench being his shining star in his performance, I think he should load it.
Load it up, young man. We'll let you know what he does. 112.5 for Christian Butcher.
Chris Witcher.
Chris Butcher, sorry.
Oh, yes. We see
Oh,
Daniel.
does he know?
Oh,
That he could chip those?
maybe he just has the hit it before. Yeah, so Daniel Hassan opts out of his third attempt. If you remember, he fought on his second. The bar was coming up uneven, and we even questioned if there was anything left in the tank. Sometimes it's best to save it for deadlift.
In our reaction, Dylan Amadio put in 182.5. Now that will break the record. 2 kilos over the record, though. 120 for Will right now. And the fellas in Flight B, who had the record in mind, are saying, hey, settle down. Take it easy.
Yeah, they might have thought 180.5, I could do that. But that extra kilos.
2 more kilos in there, but if 2 more people hit it, by the time you get to it, how far along is this?
Exactly.
If the next guy does the same thing, it's like, all right, well.
Those half kilos would definitely add up. Will missed his second attempt by racking the bar too early. Definitely doesn't make the same mistake there. $127.5 kilos here for Jake Mason.
Looking to go 6 for 6.
Good fight there. Adding 5 kilos on his attempt was definitely the right call.
$132.5 for Alex Therian being loaded. Fix whatever technical issues he had. Hit 125. Jumping up 7.5 kilos here.
Oh, it's a fight. What the judges say? And it was hard to say exactly what the red lights were for.
Luke went to the jury again. He's collecting frequent flyer miles. He's making so many trips to that jury. I see him like you again, but I mean, they're valid conversations to have because you can't always see the infractions. I'm not sure I saw the infraction from my vantage point. And part of your role as a handler for that day is to have those conversations.
Yes.
$132.5 for Camden Carney.
Very good attempt selection there. If
Three
there was
white lights.
another 2.5 kilos, it'd be hard to say if Camden had that in him. So he secures that extra 5 kilos from his second attempt. Now, and I have a question for you. You've been commentating on the international level. You've seen meets go down. How often do handlers contest judges on their calls?
The world level? Oh, we're talking, for some of these national teams, you're getting sponsorships from governments, the Europeans and whatnot. So, and medals, etc. You can get sponsors and awards for that. So, yeah, you see quite a few. You could see quite a few. It's competitive. 140 for Jason Irvin.
Again, that 5 kilo jump was the right call. For third attempts, you really want to ride that line of picking what the athlete has in them, but also not going too far and missing out on the lift.
$142.5 for Matt's final bench.
Oh, he fights through it.
Wow, that is a hell of a fight.
And it's a good lift.
Talk about a hard-fought third attempt. Hats off to Matt. Misses 137.5, comes back, hits 142.5.
Now it is a risk, again, to go up after a missed attempt. And they clearly made the right call there. Both
But
going up.
And it was close. They also
Yes.
showed why you might not want to.
Yeah.
$145 for Hassan Abbasi.
Fighting through.
Oh, that's a fight. That's a fight.
Oh.
I think his butt came up. The crowd's upset, but you can't see the butt lift from that angle, and I'm assuming it's a butt lift. We're gonna find out.
One of the judges is asking what the
Yeah.
call was.
Yeah, the jury approached one of the side judges, and I think he got confirmed. Usually when you can't see from the front what the infraction is, especially when it's a grinder, the biggest thing you want to do, what you're fighting against, is allowing your butt to come off the bench.
Yes.
You feel it in training, you're like, nope, stay down. 160 by Jazz.
50.
No, 150, sorry. Eyes blurring after Looking at the screen so long.
Yes.
Did you see something?
Yes, unfortunately.
I heard you say, oh, under your breath.
He did start the descent before getting start command.
Ah.
We're seeing a trend here, Ryan. Now, although these athletes have competed before, this is junior provincials, and sometimes there are those technical mistakes that does lose an athlete the lift.
Let me tell you a famous one. When Taylor Atwood in 2021 did that famous 838.5, jumped the press command on bench press, and he would have out-totaled Russell Orhe had he done that. Had he not jumped the press command.
Yes.
And it, to this day, haunts him.
That is,
He'll admit to you, to this day, it haunts him.
that is definitely one of the more common ones.
Yeah, it just lets everybody know who's done it. The best of the best have done it
Yeah.
at the highest of levels in their best of days. So don't beat yourself up too bad. 150, Sean Yanni.
Now, that was his third attempt, but definitely had more.
Yeah, Sean murdered that.
Handler smiling at him, almost questioning what happened with that one to make it so good.
155, Harut, jumping 10 kilos, and we're just a couple attempts away from a provincial record attempt.
Very good third attempt.
3 white lights. Christian Santos up next, 157.5 for his third and final bench. Then we have the provincial record attempt at 182.5 by Dylan Amadio. And we will move then directly into Flight B's bench press, starting with their openers.
Grinds it out. That is a
3 white
good
lights.
lift.
$182.5 now being loaded.
Is a provincial record attempt.
It's all come down to this. As soon as we saw his opener, our eyes widened and we thought, oh, wow. Could we see a provincial record attempt? Well, here we are.
It's actually 2.5 kilos. Current record
Yeah.
held by B flight athlete Jalen Len. Oh, wow.
And there it is.
3 white lights.
Jalen's watching this in the back like you turkey. Well, 183, I guess it is.
Yeah, exactly. He's probably thinking, all right, now I have the number to beat.
Of course, Jonathan Hasselstein also with an opening bench of 175 is probably going to take a swing at this record.
Now, it's funny, Jalen is opening with the same weight as Dylan. So we will see where his bench goes.
Yeah, I'm guessing just half a kilo more, but depends on how it's moving. I mean, Jonathan's going to rally. Jonathan might take that record in his second attempt.
Absolutely, that
And
is
Jonathan
true.
likes 10-kilo jumps, as some of these gentlemen do. Jalen might not even have an opportunity at this record, possibly. I don't know. We'll have to see how it unfolds, but it's going to be interesting. Jalen comes in the record holder and doesn't even get another swing at it.
That would be unfortunate, but at Ontario Provincials,
Yeah, it's a high
the
level.
best of the best come.
.102.5 by Josh.
Now, a side note on that, Jalen Lennon did set the record at CPU Centrals just over 2 months ago. Maybe he had more in the tank, but maybe emptied it on that. Who is to say that it might not even be there? He would have to add 3.5 kilos at least in order to attempt the provincial record.
117.5 for Dustin. Opening bench. Yeah, we'll have to see. It has been an eventful bench session for the 93s.
This is 125 kilos for Jack Quibell.
– 130 kilos now for Braden Barnes. 3 white lights and Braden's on the board. Sebastian, 130. And again, just like the previous flights openers, and usually openers, no real big news, but eyes all over Jalen Lennon and how 165 moves, and Jonathan Asselstein for how 175 moves. Just to try to get a read and a bead on the pacing and whether that record might be in reach. Certainly, I would be shocked if Jonathan doesn't get a swing at it, but Jalen at 182.5 now, he's starting at 165, certainly could. It's just not without question that he's going to take a swing at it.
Yeah, so I do have some insight towards Jalen's training.
Oh, pray tell, sir, you've been holding out. Been waiting for Flight B to start, huh? We've been talking about it for a minute.
Now, I do believe that would be near his top end. It's hard to say whether or not it would be here today, but I do know he can hit weights near that.
What makes you say all that?
Guess we'll have to see, Ryan.
Oh, wow. Okay, 135 for Jonathan Chun.
Jonathan makes easy work of 135.
$135 stays in the bar for Mark Yadeo.
Now, Mark does need to recover from his squats. Unfortunately, only secured his opener. Moves his opener very well. 2-1, good lift.
$137.5 for Nathan Oliphant. And it's a good lift. 142.5 now for Nicolas Tarasca. Checking in at 88.86 kilos, a light 83. Still growing into the division. And 150 for Leroy Messina.
Struggled a little bit at lockout.
Gets the white lights, and 150 stays in the bar for Braden Leclerc.
Braden is coming off a successful provincial record on his squat. Let's see if he can carry that momentum into bench press.
And 157.5 for Anthony D'Souza. So Jalen Lennon, 165 for his opener. Coming into this, 180 was the provincial bench record, and that belonged to Jalen. Now the record stands at 182.5, and only 183 will break the record. 183 and up. Let's see how Jalen handles 165 if the record is within reach.
Now, Ryan, based off that, what are we thinking here when it comes to that provincial record?
I think he takes a 10-kilo jump, sees what 175 feels like. And then, well, there we are. He put in 175 for a second attempt. That's really going to be the biggest indicator, but it's on the table. 165 moved proper like an opener should. If 165 moved, sometimes the openers look a little shakier than you would expect. That didn't happen. So we're on our way. 175 is really going to be a better measuring stick, so let's see what happens there. But 175, speaking of, Jonathan opening with 175. And I tell you what, if this moves really well, it might get moved in the second attempt benches. Jonathan may already take a swing at that record. I don't know.
Based off that, it is hard to say.
I'm thinking he takes 180 next.
Yes.
And doesn't go for 183 for the record. I think he does 180 first. What do you think?
I think based off the fact that he is potentially going to break the total record, he does take 180 to secure those extra 5 kilos. And then from there, he can consider where to end up for his third. And there it is. He does put in 180.
I felt like you were stalling to see what he's going to put in before you give your... I felt like my man is running on this sentence, just hoping that attempt comes in.
That would have been good if I did.
I know all the games you play because I play them too, sir. 112.5 for Josh as we start the second round of bench.
As it stands, Ryan, Jonathan is projected based off his deadlift opener and the 180 kilo attempt on bench press. He would be 2.5 kilos behind the standing total record for Ontario.
So that total record's going down. And to be honest, if he hits 180, a 3 kilo jump or 2.5 kilos smallest he could take anyways, he might as well do the 3 kilo jump for the record, if I'm honest. So I think he's going to end up with that provincial bench record attempt anyways. Successful lift there, and 127.5 now being loaded for Dustin. Three white lights and 132.5 being loaded for Jack. Jumping up from 125. So far, 4 for 4 in his day.
And Jack continues his streak going 5 for 5. We now have Braden Barnes attempting 137.5 kilos for his second attempt bench press. B-Flight is looking very good so far. Not many missed attempts.
Yeah, it's been a lot of success here in the B flight for the bench session. How far will that success go? Will it go right to some provincial records and provincial history?
Not to mention, the podium will be contested, especially heading into deadlifts. As Braden completes his lift and gets 3 white lights. Yes, Ryan, it may be a little too early to say, but in terms of that silver and bronze position, we have a couple people looking at that right now based off the forecast.
Yeah, in the forecast, Anthony D'Souza and Braden, only 1 kilo separates them, and that's second and third. I mean, that is, anything could happen there. Who's going to get what medal? Far from decided. We got a battle coming. 137.5 by Sebastian. And 140 now being loaded for Mark Yadeo.
Yeah, it's gonna get interesting here. Braden did secure the chip from his squat, giving him a 1 kilo advantage, which is very rare. You don't see that quite often. But as we both know, Anthony D'Souza is the current provincial record holder for deadlift.
Three white lights, good lift. And Jonathan Schoen with 145 up next. Jonathan misses opening squat, but hasn't missed since. Looking to continue that momentum into the second round of benching.
Jonathan secures the 145 kilo bench press with Nicholas Carrasca coming up. Oh, sorry, Nathan Oliphant. The 145 kilo.
Three white lights, 7.5 kilos towards his total. Nathan projected for 4th place. And now 150 being loaded for Nicolas Tarasca. 3 white lights and 157.5 for Leroy Messina. Looking to go 5 for 5 in his day so far. That was a bit of a fight.
Does get the 3 white lights, but it's hard to say what else is left.
That's 2.5 kilos.
If he is confident in his ability to grind, maybe 5, but I do think 2.5 kilos is the right call.
We're getting to the edge. 157 stays on the bar for Braden. And after that, Anthony D'Souza, 165. Jalen and Jonathan, who are getting real close to that record.
Solid second attempt from Braden. He needs to keep hitting these attempts if he wants to keep the lead on Anthony.
Anthony D'Souza, 165. Anthony in a very close battle with Braden. Braden hit his third bench. Anthony needs to match second bench. Anthony needs to keep pace. Hits as well, but it's also work.
Now the question is, how much left does he have? Braden went up 7.5 kilos.
Well, one advantage when we look forward towards the deadlifts, Anthony's opening with 275, Braden's opening with 245, and that is a massive difference in deadlift ability. Anthony, will have that advantage in terms of being able to pull afterwards and know exactly what he needs. As we throw it back to the platform, Jalen Lennon, 175. And a reminder, the provincial record is now 182.5.
Wow, Ryan.
I think he's going to load the record.
I think so. I do believe 8 kilos is there for him on his third.
I think he's going to load the record. He's not necessarily risking, he's projected for 5th. He's projected for top 5. I mean, this is a good, it'd be a shame to fall out top 5 shooting for a record if it's just out of reach, but I think he can probably be greedy, go for the record and stay in the top 5.
That is true.
Only time will tell. 180 for Jonathan, though. And depending how this moves, Jonathan might have 3 more kilos in him, but 175 was work. That might have moved better than 175 did. The record is going to go down
Yeah.
for sure. He's
Yeah.
going to throw in at least 3 kilos.
Now, well, he can't do at least 3. He would need to do, well,
So-
unless Jalen is unsuccessful.
So Jalen, and to what you're saying, for those who don't see the scoreboard, Jalen put on 184, which is interesting. He needed 183. Everyone's using attempts that I'm not entirely sure I see coming, because Jalen's 175 was good enough to just bump more than you need, a kilo more than you need.
Yes.
That's not necessarily. There's eventually going to go a kilo more than you can handle. That's very interesting.
The only idea I might have, which is very unconventional,
Back on the platform. We also need to. So you are starting off with Jason, still contact with Jazz in the whole. A.
210 kilos loaded for Dylan Amadeo. $215 now being loaded for Jazz. We are in flight A, 2 flights for the 93s.
Loaded.
220 kilos for Alex Therian. 225 kilos being loaded for Chris Witcher's opening pull. And with every opening pull, these lifters solidify their total. And for some of these lifters, we have provincial records in place, and those records will not stand until you register a total. Squat records, 3 different bench records, all need to be solidified. 225. And 225 will stay on the bar for Will. .225 stays on the bar for Jake Mason. .227.5 kilos for Daniel Hassan. Got another donut. .230 for Matt. These lifters solidifying their totals and records if they should have hit some. That's a little bit of work for an opener. .235 for Harut. 3 white lights and it's good. 235 now will stay on the bar for Camden Carney.
All right, Ryan. So, a couple things to look out for when it comes to these athletes are trying to solidify their totals, and even potentially qualify for some other meets like nationals next year. The numbers to look out for juniors is 620 kilos for 2024 nationals. The number is different now for 2025 and onwards, but let's look at it 1 year at a time.
Sorry, what's that total?
620 kilos.
620.
Now, another one to keep in mind for some of these lifters, if it is their last year as a junior, the total to look out for is 665.
And how about that deadlift record? Just in case.
So currently, we have 290 kilos as the highest opener. That is 20 kilos off the current provincial record. Whether or not we see that today will come down to how the athletes. And if they keep executing like Hassan, who just got 3 white lights on his opening deadlift, we might just see it.
240 for Christian Santos. Yeah, I got to think if we got a 290 opener, 310 is definitely within reach. Not for sure, but high likelihood, at the very least, an attempt at it. Nice pull.
Christian caps off the opening deadlifts for A flight. We now move on to second attempts with Jason Irvin taking 222.5 kilos.
Nice smooth second attempt. Jason hasn't missed a lift yet today. And you also got to wonder about the fatigue levels of these lifters. It's been a long day. For those that weighed in, I believe the weigh-in was way back at 1-ish.
1 o'clock. Lifting didn't start until
3:30. We're at 7:30.
Yes, and a lot of
6 hours later.
A lot of these lifters have traveled here, spent multiple hours in their
I got
car.
news for you. Some of these commentators have traveled here.
I think all of them have traveled here.
That's right. Yeah, it's been a long day, and you got to wonder how it affects some of the performances.
Now, depending on the athlete, if they did need to do anything.
Oh, no, I was talking about the commentators.
Very good point. Very good point. But I will speak for the athletes. If any of them did need to do any sort of short-term cutting, they probably appreciate the extra time.
Well, that's a good point. All of a sudden, by the time you deadlift, for those who do monster hero cuts, by the time you deadlift, you're almost a weight class up. That many hours later. And there is some benefit in the more food you get in your body for those that did big cuts, for sure. But if you're not used to a long day of lifting like this and the adrenaline highs and adrenaline lows and dumps after a while, you got to manage that. And that can be more difficult as juniors.
Absolutely.
227.5 for Jazz.
I will say, though, if I was an athlete that had to grind out a squat attempt, I would be feeling a lot better now.
$230 for Sean Yanni. Lift is good, and 232.5 for Alex Therian.
Ooh, fortunately, it was a little bit too that one. Does have another attempt to make up for that.
And 237.5 getting loaded for Jake Mason. And Jake, 2 for 2 so far as the spotters get 240 ready for Chris Witcher. Three white lights, good lift. And 240 will stay on the bar for Will. Nice smooth pull for Will. 2 for 2 so far in the deadlifts. And a 242.5 second attempt by Matt. Taking a 12.5 kilo jump.
Looks like he's getting stuck. Unfortunately, cannot lock it out.
He'll have one more attempt at a 247.5, getting loaded for Daniel Hassan. Daniel opting not to come out for his third bench. He might be a little bit fresher. Took a 20 kilo jump here. That's a big jump, Lim. Uh-oh. Lost his balance. I don't think it was necessarily a strength issue. It's more of a balance issue, which can happen when you pull sumo. That's the dangers of it. Do you pull sumo, Lim?
Yes, Ryan, I actually do.
Oh, you don't have to feel ways about that.
Oh, I forgot. That is,
But honestly, it does cause some balance issues, and it might not be a strength issue, and he might be able to come back, hit that. But it is a big 20 kilo jump from his opener.
Yeah. Sometimes sumo does come down to just technique. Strength could be there, especially later in the day. The platform itself does get a little bit dented by the heavier deadlifts. All small factors that come into play.
Three white lights. It's a good lift.
We are seeing some huge jumps here at the end of this.
Yeah, another 20 kilo
Lights.
jump right here. 255 for Harut. Harut taking a 20 kilo jump. However, he hasn't missed yet, and his attempt selection has been on point. Handles the 20 kilo jump rather well. Down command and three white lights. 255 will stay on the bar for Camden Carney. And this is another 20 kilo jump. Made him keep it at the top just to make sure it was locked out, but he gets it down command in 3 white lights. And 257.5 for a 17.5 kilo jump for Christian Santos. Nice pull from Christian, and we have one more round of deadlifts for Flight A. And Alex Therian, 232.5. Alex, just 3 successful lifts so far on the day. You know he does not want to go 3 for 9. If he can get this, this is a 12.5 kilo jump on his record. Not on today, and this was just not Alex's day.
So Ryan, we're already starting to see some numbers here that we've been looking out for. We have Harut and Christian both putting in attempts in order to total 665 kilos. They are probably looking for that Open Nationals qualifying total.
And you said 620 was a magical number. Yeah, we see a 627.5, a couple over 660, like you said. And that's just in Flight A. Flight B, I'm sure we're going to see a lot more trying to trend over the 620. Here comes Dylan Amadeo, 235. It's work, but he gets it. Good way to end the day for Dylan Amadeo, 3 white lights. Now Jazz will attempt 240 kilos.
We hear Jazz and his team getting hyped for this one.
Last lift of the day.
Oh.
Ooh, something happened there. Gives a thumbs up, but it doesn't look like a thumbs up. Somewhat limping off the platform.
Hopefully nothing too serious happened.
240 kilos now for Jason Irvin. This will wrap up his day with a 595.
And he's going for bar is
17.5 kilo jump from his second attempt. He hasn't missed yet. And his day stays perfect. 240 will stay in the bar for Sean Yanni.
Sean is also going for a 9-for-9 day. Sean is loaded.
Finishes strong. And it is a good lift. Sean goes 9-for-9 on the day.
Now 242.5 being loaded once again for Matt. Matt tried this on his second attempt. Missed it. Looking one more time at it in his third and final pull.
Matt got this one past his knees on the previous attempt. Unfortunately, it got stuck just above the knee. Let's see, maybe a little bit of extra baby powder would help.
Oh,
Gets
wow.
it above his knee again.
Oh, my gosh.
Pushes his hips through.
Wow. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, wow.
That kid's got heart. I'll tell you that right now. 3 white lights, or 2 white lights, but that's all you need.
That's all you need.
Now, after Sean came back and got the lift he missed on his second, 247.5 is being loaded for Daniel, who missed this on his second. I'm starting to become a believer.
Yes. If you remember, Daniel almost locked us out. Oh. Unfortunately, Matt's third lift got overturned.
Oh, wow. Okay, wow. Just when I said he made me a believer, my hopes are dashed.
I don't want to say
Not
you
now.
jinxed him, but
It's been a long day. Not now. I need this emotionally. I needed that win. More than you know, Lim. Okay, 247.5
Hopefully he can lock this out.
for all of us.
Pushes his hips through.
Wow, okay. Here we go. There's the comeback story then. That one's clean.
Yes.
Three
very.
white lights, not getting overturned. There was the missed lift and the comeback.
Ryan is back in the game.
We're back. We're back.
With this lift, we are officially surpassing the 550-pound mark.
Yep. 551 to be exact. Will
Huge milestone.
250 kilos.
Will walks out after receiving some trap slaps. Almost gets it up. Now, Ryan, we're starting to see a lot more red in the third deadlifts.
Yeah, these fellas are starting to push themselves to the limit. And you had alluded to earlier, it's been a long day. So it's probably a combination of both those factors. It is the provincial championship. Why not push yourself here? 255 for Chris Witcher. 15-kilo jump and possibly 9 for 9. Have you ever gone 9 for 9, Lim?
I had to think about that for a second. Oh, I have actually.
Sounds like a lie if you thought that long, sir. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to pull up your open powerlifting as soon as this is done.
I've only gone 9 for 9 once at my first meet. Hosted by Infinite, actually.
Oh, well. Nine for 9. And Jake Mason, 255. Also looking to go 9 for 9. Oh. Look, hats off to him for locking that out. I think there might be a little down up. And that's honest.
It did take some grit to lock it out, but
Yeah. I mean, that'll count in the gym, and it's obviously the strength is there. He's just got to clean it up a little bit. Tomorrow victory to lock it out. 255 will stay on the bar for Hassan Abbasi.
Now, Ryan, that is the curse of sumo. Around that knee is where you see most people fail. Typically, if you can get it past, we'll lock it out.
And sometimes the thighs will open up the grip. It's a tricky one. The sumo pull.
See what the judges say.
2-1, it's good.
Now there was a little bit of a bobble at the top, but doesn't matter too much about the athlete's shoulders. It's more about the bar. If the bar does go back down, then unfortunately it would have been a no lift. Luckily, he held it in place.
272.5, 601 being loaded for Harut.
Just a reminder, this is to qualify for nationals as an open lifter and to break into the 600-pound deadlift category. Gets it up, gets his past his knees.
Oh, what a fight.
Do the judges say it's good? Oh. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of a bobble at the top.
He's got one weight, and the handler is going to the jury, but yeah, it's the up-down that's going to cost him.
Very good fight from Harut.
And 272.5 for Camden Carney. Stays on the bar. As a matter of fact, it's going to stay on the bar for the next 2 lifts.
Again, this is a very special number for a lot of these lifters. This is 606 pounds.
I think it's 601.
Sorry, 601.
Yeah.
My eyes are a little foggy.
It's been a long day, my man.
Past his knees. Two to one.
2-1, it's good.
Now, like I said before, this is for the open national qualifying total.
Yeah, if Christian is moving into the Open next year, he's going to need this to go to Nationals. Christian Santos. Again, 272.5, and this will put him at 665.
I know how bad he wants this, because it not only qualifies him for nationals, it also beats my best total, which
Oh, wow.
he wanted to beat.
Wow. What a scrap, but it's coming out of his left hand. And that was oh so close. Narrowly hitting that national qualifier and narrowly besting your best.
Wow, that was an amazing grind. Maybe a little nervous with that one.
Made you a little nervous there. I thought I read your mouth go down, down.
Oh no,
No?
no, I would
Okay.
never. I would
Okay.
never, Ryan.
All right. No, I misinterpreted.
Please keep your
I
attention to the
misinterpreted.
lifters.
And 215 being loaded for Braden Barnes as we move into Flight B of the 93s.
So we got Nicholas Pereska going for 220 kilos on his opener. These are the final opening deadlifts of the 2023 OPA Provincials,
That's right.
Junior Provincial.
That's right. And as soon as these fellas hit their opening pulls, their totals are solidified. Then they can start making jumps. And for a couple of them, there's a couple records that need to be solidified as well. Without a total, your record does not stand.
Absolutely. And everyone is going to be thinking about some different things here. Locking in their totals, locking in records, and potentially locking themselves into the podium.
And as you said earlier, moving forward, potential qualification for the national championships and national level. $230 for Jonathan Chung.
Nice and easy for his opener. Jack Quibell with 242.5 for his opener. He will also be looking to try and continue his perfect record on the day.
Yeah, 6 for 6. Very consistent. He's got Garrett Bentley handling him. And Garrett will tread softly and try to get you to that 9 for 9. Total solidified. Plenty of room to jump to second and thirds.
Josh Cremie is up next. 245 for his deadlift opener.
Yeah, Josh will be at 607.5, and conceivable he could get to that 620.
We will watch out what number he's looking for. I know some of these lifters, like Mark, are going into the Open next year.
That'd be Marchiadeo up now with 245.
Snaps into place once it passes his knees. And we will continue with 245 on the bar with Braden Leclerc. Again, once he hits this attempt, he will lock in that squat provincial record.
Yeah, I'll also lock in 693.5 for his total. Again, Braden in a pretty close battle on the podium. Pacing right now for the silver. But Anthony D'Souza's got a big deadlift and would love to swap his bronze for that silver. We'll have to see how the deadlifts unfold.
$250 kilos here for Dustin Pillen.
Dustin 6 for 6 in the subtotal.
Make it 7 for 7 on the day. Nathan Oliphant up next, 255 kilos for his opener.
Wow, makes easy work at 255 kilos. Moves like an open bar. And 255 stays on the bar for Leroy Messina. Smooth 255, and that 255 will stay on the bar for Sebastian as well. That's a smooth opening pull in.
Absolutely. And with this next deadlift, we have Jalen attempting 260 kilos. This will lock in. Oh, sorry, I'm mistaken. This will secure his total.
And lock.
Fortunately,
And yeah, he broke the bench record as well.
yes. But unfortunately, he will not walk away with it unless Jonathan, for some reason, can't lock in.
Well, he'll still get a plaque and have broken the record.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
That is true.
But he won't if he doesn't lock in his total.
Yes.
So it still is an important opening pull.
Jalen coming out, deadlifting conventional. Making it look easy.
3 weights in Anthony D'Souza, 275. Anthony has not missed a lift yet. It'll put him at 687.5. And he would love to swap the bronze he's pacing for the silver that Braden has at 693.5. Now there's 2 more rounds of deadlifts. A lot of lifting left to go. Who knows how it's all going to shake up.
Oh.
Little speed wobble. Did the bar? Nope. Just the shoulders, not the bar.
Good lift.
Uh-oh, the jury is hopping up and going to overturn it.
Quite unfortunate.
And that is going to set Anthony back in his hunt to swap his bronze for that silver. He actually does not even have a total right now as it stands.
We have 290 next for Jonathan Asteltein.
Okay, well, he came out in a Team Sweden uniform.
Had to show everyone that he's been international.
That's right. It's a subtle flex, 290. Already he'll be at 754.5.
And it wasn't mentioned before, but that does lock in his total as the new Ontario provincial record. Previous record was 752.5. It is now 754.5 based off of his opener. We'll see where that ends up. Now, Ryan, with Anthony's deadlift, you see him go up 7.5.
Yeah, despite missing.
Oh. Now, Ryan.
Yeah.
Jonathan puts in an attempt of 110.5.
0.5.
Now, Anthony has that record currently. With that mishap, he might not have it anymore.
It's interesting because Jonathan scoffed at that squat record. Imagine he took the squat record, bench record, and deadlift record, and total record. I just don't know why he did. He totally. But.
Yeah, and it has been a while with Braden coming out onto the platform with 230 for his second attempt. It was a while ago, but I do remember that 280 kilo squat definitely was not his max.
Whoa, he's dizzy. And the spotter's doing an excellent job in catching up to him and following him off the platform. I thought for a second he was just, wasn't sure if he was slightly celebrating or if he wanted to say something, but then this became clear and the spotters were on him pretty quick.
Yes, that does occasionally happen where an athlete braces really, really hard to the point where they constrict that blood flow towards their brain.
Friend of mine, Kafui Hochoyame, highest ranked Goodlift points, Canadian of all time, actually. He's got a monster deadlift, but he often blacks out.
Yeah.
245. Jonathan Chung.
Smooth second attempt.
And 252.5 for Jack. Still has a miss, going up 10 more kilos. Beltless pull, 3 white lights.
Mark coming out to 255 kilos. Three white lights.
$262.5 for Braden, who hasn't missed yet. Pacing a forecasted total. Should he hit this at 711 and still secure in that silver medal position, especially with Anthony D'Souza, his main threat for the silver medal, missing his opener. But we've seen some catch-ups by some big deadlifters, so can't count anyone out. And he hits it.
Braden does extend his lead with that one, but like you mentioned, Anthony D'Souza is a huge deadlifter himself. Typically, we see deadlifters have the last say.
And sometimes the last laugh.
Exactly. We usually also see the boldest jumps out of athletes on deadlift. Typically, you'll see a 10, maybe a 15 kilo jump on squat. On deadlift, we have athletes jumping 20, 25 kilos.
$265 for Josh.
Wow. Took a 20-kilo jump. Still had little to no resistance.
Dylan coming out for, or Dustin, sorry, coming out for 265.
Locks it out.
3 white lights.
Continues his streak of green. We will see what he loads for his third.
And Sebastian will attempt 267.5 for his second attempt. 12.5-kilo jump. $270 being loaded now for Nathan Oliphant. With 5 lifts left to go in the second round of deadlifts.
Now, depending on how this goes, it could put him in position to take the bronze medal.
Yeah, that's true. He's actually inching closer. It all depends on how Anthony rebounds off of missing that opener. But because he did miss, he's got a couple people, Jalen Lennon, as well as Nathan. There's a couple of people now starting to gain ground where he might lose ground. We'll see if he can rebound. 270 for Leroy. Smooth second pull for Leroy. And Jalen Lennon, 275. This will put him at 686.5. And inching closer and closer to a possible podium finish.
Jalen starting us off with deadlifts over 600. 600 pounds. That flies up a little bit sticky at the lockout, but he does finish the lift, and that does put him into third place.
So Anthony D'Souza next with 282.5. Anthony missed 275 on his opener. And with this pole, can once again become a podium favorite. It put him at 695. And besides Braden and Jonathan, nobody is that high yet.
Jalen currently sits at, oh yes, since 3.5 kilos under. So yes, it will be close.
Yeah, it's a podium placement, but it's tentative. We got another
Yes,
round of deadlifts to go,
absolutely.
and people are real close now.
Up.
Oh, he leans back.
Locks in the total.
And you could see it was with bated breath that's waiting for that down command. He leans back, and it looks like he might lose balance, but he got the down command just in time.
Yeah.
This is going to come down to the very last deadlift, and it's going to be exciting.
There will be attempt changes. We will wait and see what they are.
310.5, Jonathan Esselstein. This is for the provincial record.
Just a reminder for those watching at home, you are allowed to go up 0.5 kilos if you are trying to break a record. This is not only the provincial deadlift record, but it breaks his own current total provincial record. Locks it out. And that's a
Green
good
white
lift.
lights. And Jonathan now at 775 kilos for his total. Far ahead from the pack. As we move into the third round of deadlifts, 232.5 for Nicholas Tarasca's final pull of the day. Nicholas attempting to go 9 for 9.
So this poll actually does qualify him for junior nationals.
Yeah, it'll get him right to 620. And maybe that was the path he was going for all along.
The end of the night, folks. This is when we make some noise. He
And just a little too much. Only a 2.5 kilo jump, but 2.5 kilos too much. Just shy of that national total record he needed.
Again, we have Braden trying to achieve that total of 620, which is the junior qualifying total for nationals.
It's a popular end destination.
Now, Ryan,
Sorry, go ahead.
Ryan, before we get into the final deadlifts, can you tell the people at home some of the things that go into that final deadlift, especially when trying to look at getting that podium spot?
In terms of
Changing your weights and
Oh,
block
yeah.
number.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll throw it to the platform real quick for this poll, 237.5. Ooh, just a little too much. And he's lightheaded again, but once again, the spotters were ready for him. And you can't say he didn't leave it all on the platform, that's for sure. Yeah, no, the final deadlifts, actually, it can change twice. So oftentimes, if you're jockeying for position, you might throw a placeholder. So everyone else who has to pull before you, you just watch and see what deadlift, what exact weight you need, and not a kilo more to take their placing. Depending on the situation, it's very situational based. Obviously, you have lot numbers and possible lot number advantages. This final deadlifts, when it comes down to jockeying of positions, that's when a lot of gamesmanship comes into play. As it unfolds, I'll let you know. It's a lot easier when the scenarios come about.
Yes, absolutely.
But when two lifters have the same weight, the lifter with a higher number gets to go second. And of course, if you've got the bigger deadlift, you get to pull last. 255 for Jonathan Chung.
Safe to say he had a little bit more left in him.
Another variable I might not have mentioned also, the body weight. If two lifters end off with the same total, tie goes to the lighter lifter. And that's the beauty of if you could break some records and collect some chips, your total is no longer in the normal increments you're used to seeing, and the lifter has to go up another 2 kilos. Harder to match you because of that 0.5 at the end of your total. So that's also strategic. And Jack with 260 for his final pull, final lift, and possibly a 9 for 9 day. Three white lights. And Mark Yadeo with 260 for his final pull. Just to the knees and a little too much. and 272.5 for Braden. This will take his total from 711 to 721. And at this point, him and his silver medal is just out of reach from the rest of the pack. And D'Souza really needs to focus on defending his bronze medal position and staying on the podium.
Absolutely. For Braden Leclerc, if he hits this, he's gone 9 for 9, which is a testament to attempt selection, choosing the right numbers, making sure that you're making lifts rather than...
Potential 9 for 9 day here for Braden. Locks it out.
Let's see what the judges say.
And there it is, 3 white
Good
lights, and
lift.
Braden with the perfect 9 for 9 day and silver medal locked up at the Ontario Junior Provincial Championships. $275 loaded now for Dustin. He will finish his day with 667.5 should he hit this. 10-kilo jump. He hasn't missed yet. Oh,
50
wow.
on the way up, but locks it out.
And what a day for Dustin.
3 white lights. And 9 for 9.
$277.5 for Sebastian.
Bar is loaded for Sebastian.
Gets it past his knees.
Knees locked early, but he's so strong. Oh, I don't know if he can lock it out, though.
Fortunate.
That's wishful thinking, I think. Yeah. Knees locked a little bit early, and he couldn't get his shoulders back on time.
So most of the time that lockout timing is going to be a problem for sumo pullers.
for the evening. The bar is loaded for Nathan.
280 for Nathan Oliphant.
Oh,
And
unfortunately,
it
just
just
cannot
comes
hold
out of his
on.
hands at lockout.
No lift today, but he's close there. Got Leroy up next.
280 will stay on the bar for Leroy Kobe Messina. Leroy still hasn't missed a lift. He'll finish his day with 677.5. Should he hit this?
Slowly comes up.
Wow. Patient
Pulls it
off the
back.
floor, but he gets it to the top.
Wow.
And that's a
Wow.
beautiful day by Leroy. $285 kilos being loaded for Josh's final pull.
Ryan, as we approach the final deadlifts of the weekend, it looks like things are locked in place. I don't see any changes coming through just yet. Unfortunately, you can't lock it out.
Little too much. $285 will stay on the bar for Jalen Lennon. This will give him a 696.5 kilo total. Currently in fourth, and he will stay in fourth after this pull.
Nice for Nathan. The box is loaded.
Jalen looks ready for his final deadlift. Again, if successful, he will go 9 for 9. Perfect on the day. And over 695 kilos for his total. Wow.
Jalen muscles it to the top in a perfect 9 for 9 day, a provincial record in the bench press. and 696.5 kilo total. A sensational showing by Jalen.
Currently, as it stands, Jalen is in third.
He is. He pulled himself in the third. That's right. By 1.5 kilos. Anthony D'Souza needs to pull himself back into that position, the bronze medal position, with this final pull, 287.5.
Now, Anthony missed his first off a technicality. Second moved all right, but you could tell there was a lot of effort put behind it.
So yeah, because Anthony will end up with 700 kilos even, and that's where those chips come into play. Jalen in the wings watching. Wow, nice pull. Nice pull. Still a great day by Jalen.
Absolutely. Anthony
Excellent comeback for Anthony for missing his opening pull and rallying to retaining that bronze.
Anthony definitely shows the power of having the biggest deadlift.
Yeah. And Jonathan Asseltine, 316. This will give him a total of 780.5.
And this is another provincial record, but it is the national record as well. He took the provincial record on his second attempt, looking to take the national one on his third. He already holds the bench record, the provincial bench record, and the provincial total record.
Here it comes.
I do believe this might be Jonathan's last meet as a junior. Pulls it up, pulls through.
Wow, what a way to end his day, impossible junior career.
Wow. Wow. Jonathan with the near sweep of all the records. And with that, that wraps up OPA Provincials, Junior Provincials 2023. Thank you, Ryan Lapidat, for commentating. My name is Lim. It has been a pleasure, and we will see you all next year.